So underway now, the men's K 1500, 17 starters, and they are James Lynn, Josh Slade, Angus Elder, Ross Pentland, Finn Power, Jed Blood, John Marr, Rion Aranasinger, Oliver Kerr, Freddie Gilbert, Christian Burke, Robert Schwerkolt, Hugo Brown, Andrew Kuzman-Boyd, Thomas Donner, also Raphael Merchant and Max Byram, and Angus Elder leading the way as they settle into this K 1500 metres. So the young man from Ringwood setting a nice pace. Also Ranasinger, the Ringwood runner, in third position. So nice decent pace. I didn't get that first 400, but the seed times anywhere around 4:45 through to around 4:50 mark. So a nice long line. A few of our very experienced Masters runners out there. Robbie Schwerkolt in the red colours of Scotch, and also Johnny Marr, also a world record holder or world champion in his age group in the Box Hill colours. So Elder still leading the way. On the inside we have the Glen Huntley colours. That is Christian Burke. To the outside, we have Finn Power. Hugo Brown also up there, and James Lynn making a good move there in the Williamstown colours. Finn Power now just starting to move his way forward, just getting ahead of Elder. Ranasingh still in that third position. Nice run by Hugo Brown. Looks like that pack now becomes, well, 6.5, maybe 7. Gap then to Robbie Schwerkolt in the red. There's out front. I think that is Power leading the way. Ranasingh is still prominent in that pack, as to his Elder, but he's on the rails. And he has Brown just behind him. Now it's the turn of the Williamstown runner in Lynn. So good to see the boys just swapping the lead around here as they're coming down to get the bell lap. James Lynn leads the way. Ranasingh in next position. Brown now starting to make his way forward. Christian Burke still in the race. Big gap then to Blood. Then we have Kuzman-Boyd from Coburg. Schwerkolt in next position. But splitting them is the Chilwell runner there in Thomas Donner. But Lynn, Ranasingh, then Brown, Burke. Big finish here. I didn't get the hip number of the runner in black, but he's making the big move down the back straight. So this could be quite a strong finish for him, as we see our Glen Huntley runner just overtaking the Keilor St Bernard's runner in Brown. So Burke and Brown, but they've got a bit of a gap there. Ranasingh is in second position. It is Lynn looking strong. I thought he might have been overtaken by Ranasingh, but Lynn now proving his goods over this last lap and into the home straight with a bit of a tailwind. So that'll be good for James as he sees that finish line. And he'll see the clock is sitting on about the 4:25 mark. So 4:50 is his seed time. So it's a big run here from James. Nice finish here from Blood from YCW. So Jed Blood, big finish from him, but 4:35 there, a bit about for Lynn. Then Blood, Ranasingh, then Burke, Brown in next position. I think that might have been Byram in next spot, then Elder. So Pentland coming home strong, just under the 4:50 mark. Johnny Marr coming through now, 4:54 on the clock. Oliver Kerr, then we have Max Byram coming through. And finishing off will be Freddie Gilbert in the men's K 1500 metres.
You don't get much time between these, do you? No. Well, it's good. aiming for under 450, I think. So I'll ask. It's good. You ran that well.
Yeah,
Controlled.
control.
How do you want me to tell the girls how to run it? How should they run it? Sit to that. I see. All right. Sit at the back and then work into it. Is that? I'll tell them.
Just another reminder that entries are open for Milers Club meet number 4 at Lakeside Stadium. It will be a Saturday night at Lakeside in conjunction with the Australian Short Course Championships. So the program for Milers Club will start around the 5:30 mark and go through to around 10 p.m. So get your entries in. It will be the 800 and mile program, including the Victorian Mile Championships for men and women, and also the Higham 800 metres, our A races over 800. So on the line now for our next women's event. So they're underway, and our field is of 12 with Tegan Pape in Station 1 from Athletics Essendon, from Frankston, Isabella Simone in Station 5, Libby Canty from Glen Huntly in 6, Prue Stone from Mornington in 7, Ali Hennessy Taddick from Coburg is in 8, in 9, Isabel Hutchinson in 10, Hattie Waterson. Station 11, Lily Clark from Yarra Rangers. Station 12, Emma Lucas Essendon. Adele Ellis, Yarra Rangers in 13. From Mentone, Summer Elverson in 14. And Annabelle Atkins, Old Scotch in Station 15. So nicely, tightly bunched at the moment. So that could be a Coburg Harriers uniform and also a Frankston uniform out front at the moment, as the wind plays a bit of havoc with my paperwork. So that would be, let's wait for those hip numbers to come past us. And it is Hennessy Teddick leading the way. Simone in next position. Then just moving their way forward is Hannah Tunbury from Coburg. So Coburg 1 and 3 at the moment. A little bit of a gap then. It looks like Annabelle Atkins from Old Scotch in the next position, but Summer Elberson just moves into that gap and starts to make her way forward to that lead group of 3. Hennessy Teddick leading. 5:20 is her seed time. 5:18 is the time from Simone from Frankston. And 5:20 also Tunbury is her seed time. As you see, Tunbury just slipping alongside there, the Frankston runner. So that group of 3, a gap of about 4 to 5 metres over Alberson from Mentone. One of our Essendon runners filling in the next position. And there could be Tegan Pape. Coming down to get 2 laps to go. No real change. The only factor here is that Summer Elberson has joined the leaders. So Elliot Hennessy Tactic leading the way. Hannah Tunbury coming alongside Isabella Simone. Then it's Summer Elberson. Clark now moving into the next position over Pape. To the outside of her is Adele Ellis from Yarra Rangers. So the 2 young girls from Yarra Rangers working nicely together. And they're currently in 5th and 6th position.
Event 23, numbers 4.
So Alberson now moves into 3rd position. So it's Coburg Harriers 1, 2, Mentone in 3, then Frankston 4. Yarra Rangers taking 5 and 6. So if anything, it is Hennessy Teddick maybe just stretching that lead over a teammate there in Tunbury. So good solid front running here from Aliat. Still maintaining good form, and she goes through 3:28 at the 1K mark. So about 3:28 the 1K here for our leaders. So Albison now clearly in that third position, in good spot right behind Hannah Tunbury. But that gap not really closing as they approach the last lap. The sound of the bell now. Hennessy Teddick, the first one to hear it. Tunbury next, then Albison. Simone from Frankston in next spot. Then we have Clark and her teammate Alice. Then Annabelle Atkins. Next one through, Hattie Waterson. Then Tegan Pape. Next on the track, we'll have Isabel Hutchison in the YCW colours. Oops, and a little bit of a fall there, unfortunately, for Libby Canty. So Emma Lucas in next spot, and then a Prue Stone. So it looks like Canty will be a DNF there. Hopefully not too much scraping. But out front, no real change here. If anything, the lead is starting to expand here for Alia Hennessy Teddick from Coburg Harriers. So 5:20, as I said, was her seed time. And that's good to see that Libby Canty's back on the track. So had the fall, but Libby's back on track again. So great spirit there from Libby to get back out and finish off this 15. But it's going to be a 1-2 here for the Coburg Harriers. Good to see the club really making some inroads here at Milers Club once again. And the two girls from Coburg Harriers doing the colours proud, the former club of Herb Elliott. And it's good to see these two young ladies keeping that tradition. 5:17, 5:19 unofficial there, both under the 5:20 seed time. Albison, a very polished run there from Summer. Then a nice finish there from Alice Atkins. Clark in next position. Then Simone. Next one up will be Waterson. Tegan Pape from Essendon. Now Isabel Hutchison in the YC colours moving through. Emma Lucas, good to have Emma on the track here at Milers Club. We're representing Athletics Essendon. And next one coming through from Mornington, Prue Stone. So well done, Prue. Coming in for 6:01 seed time. So it's going to be a little bit over that. And let's get behind Libby Canty. She went down on the second last lap, but she's got herself back up again. Well done, Libby. That is pure guts. So good finish there. Well done, Libby. Underway now, the men's J, 1,500 metres. And we have Zachary Taylor from Oldsavarians, from Knox, Charlie Roney, from Doncaster, Patrick Maddox, Athletics Southwest. It is Mania Bremner. From Old Scotch, Lewis Lindemann, Fitzy Gilbert is in 8. Owen Roach also there from Mentone. From Sandringham, Linus Hunter, also from Sandringham, Yanni Saritas. From Glen Huntley, Oscar Van Cow, and McKinley Carroll from Athletics Essendon Keelson Burners, Antonio Stamatis. And from Williamstown, we have George Lefborg. So Oscar Van Cowan leading the way. Patrick Maddox also up there. Zachary Taylor up early as well. So nicely spread out here. So approaching the 400, about 68, 69. So probably tracking along around the 425 mark at the moment. So seed times here, 435 through to about 440. So a nice start here, and it is courtesy of Oscar Van Cowan, setting the pace beautifully in the early stages. Once again, sort of good to see Magic here on the skateboard, taking some great footage of our Milers Club meet number 3. So Fitzy Gilbert now in the picture here. Maddox still up there as well. Seeing the Knox runner also coming through, and that's Charlie Roney. Good to see Jasper McKenna doubling up after his 1500 to run after the 800 to run his 15. So he's in the South Melbourne colours. But no real change out front. They're just letting Van Cowan just set the pace. Bit of a slower second lap there. Dropped about probably an 80-second lap. And that's why we're seeing some big moves here. So the change has come. That might be an Essendon uniform moving his way forward. And that could be McKinley Carroll. We'll check on that as they come back into focus here, but definitely in second position there. I think that's Charlie Roney wearing the Knox kit. And then we have one of our Mentone runners. That could be Owen Roach. Down they come to get one lap to go. So this race is really starting to hot up, Nick, because the pace has certainly lifted from that previous lap. So Roach making a bit of a move. That is Carroll. Roney's still in it. So too is Zachary Taylor. And our early leader there in Oscar Van Cowan now starting to make another move. So a little bit of a mess there as we see one of the Zavs runners having to do a bit of a leap. But we're seeing Van Cowan now challenge Carroll out front. Roach is still in the picture. I think that's Lano Mikado, the taller figure there from Old Zavarians, but our former leader now leads once again. Roach moving into good position. He's run a pretty smart race as Owen Roach from Mentone, but now we're seeing the Zavs runner. I think we'll check when they come through, but now another change of leader. That would not be the first time in this event. They have been chopping and changing out front there. So great running here, and let's identify our leader as he comes through. That's Fitzy Gilbert, so we were calling him early. So Fitzy Gilbert, big run from Fitzy. He's going to come through and take the win just on the 4:30 mark. Carroll in next position. Nice run by Bremner to come down the side. Also good running from Taylor. McCowan also up there. Hunter coming through strongly. His teammate Cerritos also through. Now we're seeing Patrick Maddox also finishing off there, Antonio Stamatis and Jasper McKenna, his second event. As we see our final finisher here, Lewis Lindemann. Sorry, that is not Lewis, that is George Lefberg from Williamstown. My apologies. And he'll be stopping the clock just over 5 minutes in the men's J 1500 metres. Men's I, 1500 underway. We've got 16 starters. Harrison Watson, Athletic Southwest. From Old Scotch, we've got Willem Van Onselen. Felix Morgan, Diamond Valley. From Doncaster, Sawyer Onley. Rory McDonald, also in Station 5. Station 6, we have Jack Werrett. Harry Lynn from Williamstown. Also Mitchell Wilson from Collingwood. Jackson Landfried, Mornings Peninsula. Gilbert McCann from Nonnawading. Jared Lynch in Station 12. Samuel Lowe from Collingwood Harris. From Wellington, Andrew Crawford. Duncan Hobday is in Station 15, Archie Thomas in 16, and Blake Saladeyev from Yarra Rangers, Station 17. So leading the way at the moment, that looks like a Scotch uniform. That could well be Van Onselen. Check that as they come through. So Van Onselen leads. To the outside of him is Sawyer Onley. And also up there early is Duncan Hobday. It's like one of our Tasmanians, I think. On the inside there, you've got the Diamond Valley colours. That's Felix Morgan. Also prominent early from Collingwood is Mitch Wilson. But out front, steady opening pace. They're on about 4:23, 4:25 pace at the moment. As a group of about 6 or 7 have really set themselves out there nicely. Gap there to the Yarra Rangers runner there in Salyadov. The lead group there, 7 of them in number. Bit of a gap then, chasing pack. As the shadows really do descend here on the Doncaster track here. Lights will be coming on shortly, we hope. Otherwise, you'll all be out there with your mobile phones like the last time we were here. So to the outside, it is Hobday looking strong. Wilson's in a good position. Also sitting nicely there, Jack Werrett. To the inside, it is Crawford from Wellington. Saladeyev now has brought that chase group right up. So it is one big bunch at the moment. Wilson now pushes his way forward. So Wilson. Only still in the picture, sitting in second, so covering every move as it occurs. Hobday sitting back in about 4th position now. He's got Morgan right with him, but it's Mitchell Wilson in the Collingwood colours now starting to push his way forward as he'll come down to get the bell. Now making it a Collingwood 1-2. As we see Samuel Lowe now moving into second position. 3:17 at the bell for Wilson. I think there's going to be a few moves coming from that chase pack. Lowe sits in second. Hobday makes the next move. Now they're starting to really wind it up from that chasing pack, but Wilson hits the 1200 in 3:34. Lowe 10 metres back. Hobday another 10 metres back from him, probably 15. Now a few more moves. Crawford, the Wellington colours, really moving down that back straight. Moves into third position and can sense blood as they go 200 metres out. But Wilson made a very good move, and I think he has countered everything that's going to happen. I can't see Lowe running him down from that position, but into the home straight now comes Mitch Wilson. So he'll lead this 1,500 metres through. So Wilson take the win here for Collingwood. I think it'll be a 1-2 for the Collingwood team as we see Hobday back in the picture just over Crawford. But it will be Wilson. He'll come through around the 4:23 mark. So another sub 4:30 there, and that'll be for Lowe. Hobday, also Crawford, under the 4:30 mark. Morgan just on 4:30. He had Werrett with him. One of our early leaders there, Van Onselen. Good strong run from him as we see McCann coming through. And also Harry Lynn from Williamstown. He'll be through in around the 4:50 mark to round out our men's I 1,500 metres, event number 24. So next up will be the F race for women over 1500. We will have 13 starters. So on the start line now, the women's F1500, and we have Madeline Lum in station 1. From Diamond Valley, Erin Maloney in 2. From Deakin, Marianne McSweeney in station 3. Sandringham's Miller Malherb in 4. Station 7 we have from Athletics Essendon, Lila Casey. Isabella Biscoe from Old Scotch in 8. We welcome from Tasmania, Pia Abbott in station 10. Lola Becker from Glen Huntly in 11. From Sandringham, Sophie R. Bateman in 12. Sienna Quinn takes station 13. Vivian Baker from Mentone in 14. Stella Haig, Glen Huntly in 15, and in 16 from South Melbourne, Lizzie Pennington. So a good field of 13 here. Looks like the Mentone runner there in Baker wants to break the field early. So the younger runner's pushing out forward. And looks like Baker really starting to move forward here. So she's got a best time of 5:06. So the seed ranges here from about 5:04 through to about 5:10, 5:14. Actually make that 5:15. A bit of an early break here. Might be Quinn sitting into the second position as they settle. So still a good bunch. A few of the girls going a little bit wide into the home straight first time. As Baker leads it. Quinn in second position. Abberton sitting third. Then we have Emily Mifsud. Pennington going wide as they go through. Rear of the field there, Lum, 60 seconds at the 300 metre mark. So Vivian Baker, 5:06 her seed time. Abberton, one of the top seeds. She's sitting nicely behind Quinn at the moment as we see around the 75 second mark going through the opening 400 metres for our leader. So Baker still leads. 5 metres up. Sienna Quinn in next position. Pia Abberton sitting third. Mifsud in fourth position. One of the more experienced runners from Essendon. And now we're seeing the gap starting to come in. The early leader now being chased down. So Sienna Quinn has the decision of either going straight past or just sitting in behind. Abberton's running a very strong race here, the Tasmanian. She's sitting in third position on the rails as you see Quinn start to go wide. So coming down to get 2 laps to go. Baker on the inside, Quinn to her outside. Now we're seeing Erin Maloney join the party here in the Diamond Valley colours as Pennington starts to bridge the gap. McSweeney just behind her. Now the big decisions from the chasers, whether to go straight past or whether to just sit, as Baker still controlling the pace on that inside lane. Now Pennington, the first one to make a bit of a move here. Quinn now breaks out as she goes through about 2:40 at the 800 metre mark. So it's Quinn, Abberton, Pennington, Baker, Mifsud now coming through. McSweeney also strong, also Maloney from Diamond Valley. McSweeney now making her move. She's moving into that fourth position in the Geelong colours. Sienna Quinn leading the way. First track race here for Sienna. So showing a little bit of form over the 1,500 metres. Pennington, a former 4:33 runner from the UK, also looking quite strong. She's on the outside there of Aberton. So Quinn, Pennington, Aberton in the middle. McSweeney in next position. Mifsud, then Maloney. Baker in next spot. Now we have the chasers. The first one of those is from Glenn Huntley, and that is Lola Becker. But now the race is on, the lead group of three. Quinn and Pennington. They've got Aberton right with them. The gap then to McSweeney starting to grow. Then a bigger gap back to Mifsud and also Maloney. But out front, she's led for a fair way in the journey now, but it will be Pennington and also, I'd say, the Tasmanian in Aberton is really starting to wind it up. But Quinn goes again. So good move there from Sienna Quinn, just as she could feel the shoulder, coming onto the shoulders was Pennington, but Aberton's in good position as they're 200 metres out. This is going to be a real cracking finish with these three. The gap now to McSweeney is growing even bigger. But out front, it is Quinn and Pennington and Aberton locked together as they come around the top bend the last time. So as I said, first track race here for Sienna Quinn, and she's showing a fair bit of form. But Lizzie Pennington, the UK rep, former 4:33 runner over this distance. The two training partners coming in together. Aberton not out of it at the moment, but Pennington just showing that little bit of strength through. And it will be Lizzie Pennington who takes the win here in the F1500. Good debut there for Quinn though, 4:53 on the clock. Aberton in next position, the Tasmanian. So great race from the top three. Marianne McSweeney, she'll be next one through here. And a good run from her, 5:04 to stop the clock. Next one through will be Mel Herb from Sandringham. To the inside of her is Mifsud. Nice run there from Becker. Baker, the early leader. She held on strong. Also coming through there, Lila Casey. But some strong running out front. Good race in three there. Lizzie Pennington taking the win. The women's F1500.
I think 26. There's number 17 is the new one. It's Jackson Linfield. Whatever, from Mornington. He missed one race. Land's fried. He's on number
Good. How's things? Well, apparently it's dying, and I reckon just as we just spoke about it, it's slowly. It could be a bit later. No, the Oats. Yeah, that's all right. Let's see how we go later. Yep, shut it.
Thanks, runners. On your mark.
So event number 26 on the track. We'll get them going, and they are. In station 2, we have Sajan Diol, Stephen Flanagan, South Melbourne in 3. From Eureka, Tom Goodson in 4. From Glen Huntley, Ariel Friedrich in 5. Essendon's Alex Constantinidis in 6. Cody Levitas and KSP in 7. Douglas Poskett in 8. From Maccabi, Asher Grodsky in 9. Diamond Valley's Rodri Whelan in 10. From Mornington Peninsula, Ryder Gilbert in 11. Western Athletics, Daniel Velado in 12. Ollie Burt from Ballarat YCW in 13. Anthony Hine, Williamstown 14. From Diamond Valley, Miles Boyle in 15. Jack Carroll is in 16. And from Mornington, Jackson Landfried in 17. So as they're settling it down, it looks like the Essendon colours are leading the way there. And we'll get a feel for our runners as they come through. And that is Alex Constantinidis leading the way. He's got Miles Ball not too far behind him. The long striding Ariel Friedrich sitting in 3rd position. And then we've got Goodson from Eureka. Diol sitting in 4th at the moment. And then we see Flanagan in the South Melbourne colours. From the Mornington, I think Landfried up there early. YCW also courtesy, I think that is Ollie Burt. So fairly good opening. I missed the 400 split, but it looks like they're moving along quite nicely at the sub 4:30 pace. So well bunched, 15 metres max separating the entire field here. So working well together. And it is Constantinides from Essendon setting a good pace there. So he's working them nicely, but they're all still, everyone's in this race still. As you see, a few of the younger athletes just starting to push their way forward. Goodson quite evident to the outside. But Friedrich sitting in that third position, maybe make that second actually as they come through. He's going to the rail. Boyle also on the rail. And also running nicely at the moment is Douglas Poskett. I think he's another one of our Tasmanians. Velardo sitting just behind Flanagan. And then we have the Maccabi uniform also up there. And that is Asher Grodsky. So sitting on around 4:30 pace at the moment. As you see, a little bit of a change of lead. One of our unattached runners just striding forward there. We'll pick him up as he comes round and they will get the bell. So approaching the 1 kilometre mark. It's going to be a shade under the 3-minute mark, I believe, but remember these are very long straights here at Doncaster. So around the 2:57 mark at 1K. As they start to wind it up, Friedrich still sitting in second position. But it is Jack Carroll leading the way. So Carroll's got quite a nice lead over Friedrich. Now Diol starting to get his move on. So Diol just coming alongside Friedrich. But Jack Carroll still leading the way in this race. So nice lead, and he's looking strong, Jack Carroll. Don't know much about this one. He's got a 4:23 seed time, one of the top seeds in the race. So Diol's made his move, but Friedrich now getting those long legs moving down the back straight and back into the pitches. So too, I think that will be Boyle from a Diamond Valley. Goodson's not too far behind him. Jack Carroll still leading the way here. So Carroll has got a gap of 20 metres over Diol. Friedrich in next position. Now the real fight, the battles are coming on for those minor placings though, but it's Carroll looking strong. 4:23 is his seed time. He's going to be well under that 4:20 pace, about 4:17. Diol will be next one through. He's going to be stop the clock at 4:22. Then we're going to have Grodsky coming through, Boyle. Around the 4:26 mark there for Flanagan and also Velardo. Coming through after them, Anthony Hine. Next one through will be Landfried. Also Ryder Gilbert and Cody Levitas rounding out the field. And that's the men's H, 1,500 metres.
So that's the official time on that counts? Yes. Okay, no, a lady was just very worried.
So now move to event number 27, the men's G1500. And we will call the field once they are underway. So the gunners fire the G 1500 Fletcher White from Bendigo Uni in 1. Ryder Holland from Yarra Rangers in 2. From Old Scotch, John Revulis in 3. Joshua Field, St Kevin's in 4. Jude Barrett, Essendon in 5. From Glen Huntly, Alexander Feehan in 6. Ringwood's Benjamin Grant in 7. Box Hill's Jake Reid in 8. Kuban Dmitrenko from Essendon in 9. In 10 we have Matt Osborne. In 11, Chris Winter from Glen Huntly. Eureka's Perry Grant in 12. Marcus Sidoritis, Glen Huntly in 13. Leo Reeve, Sandringham 14. William Hughes from Mornington 15. And Lenny Gray from Essendon in station 16. So it's the Essendon colours leading the way. Essendon, Mornington, Glen Huntly in that order. And it's Jude Barrett just ahead there. William Hughes. Then we have Sidoritis. I think the next one there would have been Lenny Gray in that order. As you can see, the Bendigo Uni uniform, Fletcher White starting to move his way through. Field not too far behind him. Also from Eureka there, you've got Perry Grant. But out front, racing 2 at the moment. Jude Barrett really pushing it out. 4:20 is his seed time. Seed times in this one ranging from around 4:18 through to around 4:22. But these two leaders at the moment are really putting the foot down and making the others... Well, there's no panicking from behind. Sidoritis now sits into 4th position. You can see Grant just starting to make his way through towards the head of that chase pack. But Barrett's doing a great job. Just leading it beautifully. Good rhythm from our two leaders here. So Hughes just sitting right on the heels of Jude Barrett. Together they go through 2 laps to go, 1:55 on the clock. Now we're seeing Fletcher White move his way forward. Also, it's John Brevulis. Just behind him, we've got from the Yarra Rangers, that's Ryder Holland. But no change out front. They hit the 800 metre mark now, 2:12, so 66-second laps. They're on about 4:10 pace. This is looking impressive from our two leaders. Fletcher White now has decided just to carve out his own pace. Grant tried to chase him down. Sidoritis sitting now back about 6th or 7th position. So 2:49 at the 1K, 2:49 1K for our leaders. Very impressed with Fletcher White here. He is starting to bridge that gap. Grant also looking solid. But Jude Barrett has not changed. William Hughes doesn't need to do much, but he is going alongside as they hit the bell. So shoulder to shoulder. Also looking good, Lenny Gray, as we see Alexander Feehan also starting to make his moves, and he's got Jake Reid with him. So through the 1200, no change. If anything, it's White starting to gobble up that lead. We're also seeing Lenny Gray make a good move. He's with Grant. They're working well together into the breeze. Feehan also going along nicely. And he's got Benjamin Grant with him. But out front, Fletcher White, if he takes this one out, that will be a huge performance. But Barrett's kicked forward. Great little move there from Barrett, 200 out. It looked like Hughes was going to try and run him down when they hit the bell, but Barrett now surges at about 180 out into the home straight now. I can't see him being run down. Still really impressed by the Bendigo Uni runner here in Fletcher White. Very mature performance, but he's got Gray with him, and they're going to fight it out towards the end. So we're going to see Barrett take it out. It's going to be about a 4:15, so great run. Hughes will hold on for second, then Gray. White, very impressive. Feehan around the 4:20 mark alongside Grant. Also, Ryder Holland. So Field also through. Now we have Brevulis. And rounding out, Leo Reeve from Sandringham. And around the 4:38 mark. So entertaining race there, the men's G 1500. Great running by Essendon's Jude Barrett to take the win.
much. You can take it. Thanks for the commentating.
I just felt a little pull at the 250 to go, and I just think it was worth it.
Luke, he wants a photo.
That's my job. That's where I get paid big bucks. Yeah, exactly.
Baltimore.
Hey, you called me Granddad at the start. I'm like,
Where is a badge of honor?
come on.
Next up, we have the women's E 1500 metres. Once again, we'll announce the field once they are underway. Actually, we've got a bit of time. We've got a bit of time, so let's call them out. And is Jemima Lord, Glenn Huntley in 1, Layla Bruce, Glenn Huntley in 2. From Frankston, Matilda Christie in 3. Charlie Miller takes station 4. Laura Tomic from South Coast in 5. Glenn Huntley's Georgie Lindsay in 6. Fox Hills and Millicent Fraser 7. Sky Howard Chilwell in 8. Poppy Donaldson, South Melbourne in 9. Simone Phelan, Williamstown in 10. Emily Wetzel, Sandringham in 11. Molly Butler from Mentone in 12. Her teammate Lily Baker in 13. Vida Yanez from Mentone in 14, Isabella Johnson in 15, and Isla Jennings in 16.
On your marks.
So underway now. This is the women's E 1500 metres. Our top seeds are around the 4:55 mark. So I'd say that we'd be looking around mid-440s given by what's happened in that previous race for the women. So I would be surprised if these girls weren't well under the 450 mark. And a few of our youngsters really starting to put their foot down and go for it early. So Glenn Huntley colours prominent at the front. Also we're seeing the Mentone runner, and we'll get them as they come through. It's been a very nice start to this race. So Vida Yanez, Mentone leading the way. Georgie Lindsay. Then we have Simone Phelan, one of the more experienced runners in the field. Sky Howard not too far behind in the Chilwell uniform. You can see Donaldson is from South Melbourne sitting midfield. So Vida Yanez coming in for 5-minute seed time. So I'd say maybe a bit of an inexperienced 1500 metre runner with no known form, but she is really moving nicely. First move there coming from Donaldson for South Melbourne. Coming alongside Lindsay. That move has been countered by the Chilwell runner there in Howard. But Donaldson's the first one to make a chase, and it is quite a bold move. She's starting to move away from the second group. But Yanez still with a big lead here. She's up by 10 metres over Donaldson. Donaldson really backing herself in here. But Yanez still looking very strong. As she comes down, she'll get 2 laps to go. So it's Yanez, Donaldson. Then we have Lindsay, Howard, Tomic from South Coast in next position. Then we have Phelan. She's sitting on the rails. Molly Butler in next position. Good move there from Jemima Lord down the outside. Just the inside of her is Isabella Johnson. The gap out front probably starting to come in, so that was a very good move by Donaldson, but we're also seeing the likes of Lindsay, Howard and Tomic starting to bridge the gap second to third. They're working well together. This is where the peloton effect really works. And they're through the 800 metre mark in around 240 for that chase pack. So our leader through in well into the 230s. And Vida Yanez, don't know much about this young lady from Mentone, but they're certainly spitting out some very good talent from down the Bayside suburbs at the moment. And the Mentone girl looking very good as she still leads it by 10 metres over Donaldson. Now the first of the moves come, and it's Howard. As I said, Howard, Tomic and Lindsay working well together as chasers, and they've bridged that gap to Donaldson. Yanez, 1K, 3:15 on the clock. Now we're seeing some big moves. Howard had watched her all along, and this has been an impressive run from Sky Howard. 4:57's her seed time. And it looks like Sky Howard's going to take the lead now. Yanez has done well out front. She just needs to maintain composure. Our Masters athlete, Tomic, sitting in third position for the South Coasters. And then we have Lindsay and then Donaldson. But this has been a very big run from Sky Howard. Going through the 1,200 metre mark now. 300 out, 3:54 on the clock. Tomic moves into second position. Lindsay coming alongside Yanez. Donaldson in next spot. Butler now alongside her. 200 out now. Sky Howard from Chilwell. As I said, we're expecting something under the 450 mark here from the young lady from Geelong. And also Tomic looking so strong from the South Coast. She's coming in for 4:58 seed time. Now we're seeing Lindsay also wind it up a little bit. Yanez in next position still with Butler. But into the home straight. Sky Howard really pushing it forward here. Tomic really picking her form up too as they come down. It's approaching the 450 mark. But this is a great run here from Howard. Also Tomic and Lindsay, they were the chasers. They've ended up being the top three, and 4:54 unofficial there. Lindsay, Tomic, next one through is Lily Baker, big finish from her. Then Butler, Yanez. Also coming through there was Johnson. Donaldson also through. To the inside of her was Lord. Now coming across the line was Charlie Miller. And Matilda Christie also through for the Frankston Club. Next one in, Millicent Fraser from Box Hill. And Emily Wetzel, Sandringham. And that will complete our women's E 1,500 metres. Taken out in fine form by Sky Howard from Chilwell and a new personal best time. So next up, men's F 1,500 metres. We'll have 14 starters. Introduce our field. Lachlan Fulton from Mentone in 1. Isaac Sontak, Williamstown in 2. From Richmond Harriers, Thomas Chapman in 3. Representing Albury, Blake Morgan in Station 4. From South Melbourne, Jordan Trevina in 5. Richmond Harriers, Andrew Crossley takes Station 6. Thor Oil is next to him in 7. From Bendigo Uni, Stephen Van Rees in 8. Jackson Lynch Deacon in 9. Ned Skinner Sandringham in 10. James Crone Smith from Yarra Rangers takes 11. In 13, we have Tyler Hughes from Mornington Peninsula. Jamie Cook from Bendigo Harriers in 14. And Josh McCauley, Sandringham, lines up in 15. And away they go. You can see the Albury uniform prominent early. And that will be Blake Morgan. But it is Sandringham and Yarra Rangers now starting to make their way forward. Skinner and Crome Smith, that could well be. And that's Sontag sitting there on the rails in about 4th position. Taking his position at the rear of the field, that's Trevina from South Melbourne in the traditional red and white strip. The lights are now on at Doncaster. Let's just hope they stay on. So Morgan's taking the wide path here. He's going wide. Cook not too far behind him. And it's Josh McCauley leading the way. Skinner's on the rails. Sontag to the outside of him. Morgan not too far behind. Van Rees in good position in the yellow kit from Bendigo Uni. Not too far behind him. The other distinctive uniform there, the Richmond Harriers, and that's Andrew Crossley. Oh, sorry, Thomas Chapman.
Can I have a skateboard?
Sontag now starting to push forward, but it is Van Rees who makes the move. So one of our more experienced runners here, Stephen Van Rees, just kicking forward. Sontag decides to go with him. Blake Morgan covers that move as well and pushes forward ahead of Macaulay. Setting a nice pace for the younger athletes here, Stephen Van Rees. Bendigo University, the fantastic yellow and white strip, the uni. And he is looking good as he comes through to get 2 laps to go. Morgan's up in contention now. Lynch is making a bit of a move. Thor Royal not too far behind him. Now you see Trevina working his way through the midfield. And also Chrome Smith. Whoops, bodies coming together there. As Chrome Smith just dips in, Trevina avoids the trouble. Lynch moving nicely at the moment. He's got Cook just to the outside of him. So the marathon runner, Jamie Cook, stepping down to the 15 here this evening at Doncaster. And it is Van Rees, one of his Bendigo region teammates, setting the pace at the moment. But Sontag has not been dropped. It's been quite... Sorry, that's not Sontag. That's Skinner, I believe, sitting alongside him. Morgan looking strong as he always does, but it is now Ned Skinner who takes the lead. So Skinner takes it up. Morgan chases. Jamie Cook in good position. Then you've got Crossley. Trevina moving up alongside Lynch. Then you have Chapman. And now you're seeing Lachlan Fulton finally starting to make a bit of a move. He's sitting right at the back of the field, but Fulton now working his way beautifully into the midfield. Skinner, Morgan, Cook, Van Rees. Then Crossley, Trevina and Chapman. Van Rees back in the picture again now. As I said, one of the more experienced runners. Just takes that inside running alongside Morgan, but Morgan kicks forward again. Probably a little bit boxed there is Van Rees. Now Morgan goes wide. He's got Skinner just the inside of him. So Blake Morgan looking strong as he comes into the home straight. He's run a very smart race here. Only taken the lead very late in the piece, but the chasers are coming at him. He goes stronger. Those arms are pumping. Blake Morgan's come down for Albury. He's going to get a good performance here. We're going to see just over the 4:10 mark. So Morgan will take it. 4:13 unofficial. Skinner, Van Rees, Trevina. To the outside there was Chapman. And then we had Royal, Cook, Sontag comes through, then Fulton, Lynch. Also through there, Tyler Hughes and Macaulay. Final finisher in the men's F 1500 metres. So we now move to the E 1500 for men, and we will have 14 starters. Our starters are in Station 2 from Wendouree, Adam Conway. Louay Manaum from Mentone in 3. Also from Mentone, Matthew Bergen takes Station 4. Hamish McLaren from Athletics Essendon in Station 5. From Wendouree, Jacob Cheeseman in 6. Augustus Barton, Eureka, takes Station 7. Max Reeve from Sandringham is in Station 8. Samuel Duncan from Essendon is Station 9. Alfie Onley from Doncaster to Station 10. William Davies from Mornington Peninsula 11. In 13, we have from Nunawading, Alan Vernal, Nick Hershen from Maccabi in 14. Daniel Malone Knox in 15. And James Hall from Old Scotch takes Station 16.
On your marks.
So racing now, the men's E, 1,500 metres. So good start here. Looks like a Mornington uniform pushing forward nice and early. Augustus Barton also in the running as they do start to settle. So it could be Davies, I think, leading the way at the moment. Alan Vernal sitting in next position. So yet again, one of our more experienced runners. So running quite wide in the lane here is William Davies. He's going to get in on that plinth. Vernal in next position. Then you have Hall. Next one through is Ben Aoum. Cheeseman in the new Wendouree kit. Onley starting to move his way forward. Sitting on the rails there, Conway from Wendouree in the traditional kit. So 62 opening lap here, William Davies. He's a 4:11 seed time, so he's on sub 4 minute pace. Well and truly. So 62 opening lap thereabouts. Cheeseman now moves into next position and looking strong. Ben Aoum sitting alongside Vernal. Then I think that's Duncan in next spot for the Essendon club. Just has a bit of a look around Davies, but still looking good as he comes through. He'll be getting 2 laps to go. Cheeseman is the chaser. Ben Aoum, very impressive young Louay Ben Aoum. Seen him a few times at Milers Club this season, and he is starting to mature beautifully into these races. But Davies leads it through 2 laps out. Cheeseman 20 metres back, then Ben Aoum. Duncan in next position, then Vernal. Next spot there, Hamish McLaren from Essendon. So 2:08, so slowed down. He's on 4 minute pace now. But I'd say Cheeseman is, with every step, starting to bring in that lead to Davies. Duncan makes a good move. He's also got McLaren, his teammate, not too far behind him. They go past Ben Aoum. Vernal in next position. Then we have the Sandringham runner there in Reeve. But out front, there could be a change in lead here. Cheeseman has really bided his time and he is really building momentum as they go through the 1 kilometre mark, locked together in 2:42. But Cheeseman now takes the lead. Jacob Cheeseman in the Wendouree kit, the new kit. But the challenges are coming as we see McLaren starting to move forward as well. But Davies just latches onto Cheeseman at this stage. But a good move here from Cheeseman to just move forward 3 minutes at the bell. This is going to be close to the 4 minute mark. Cheeseman, Davies, then McLaren, Duncan. Then we see our Maccabi runner there and Hershen starting to make his way through. Ben Aoum also moving nicely. But out front, Cheeseman. Davies not done with yet though. That stride pattern back into order for Davies. He looked done and dusted, but he is now just starting to maintain his rhythm as they go 200 metres out. Hershen's made the big move. We see another one of the Mentone runners coming through. And I think that is Bergen. So he's made his move. So it's all happening here over the last lap. But Cheeseman looks like he has that winning break as he comes into the home straight. He's got Magic taking some great footage of him coming home take out this E race for 1,500 metres. So Jacob Cheeseman, the Ballarat boy in the Wendouree kit. It's just going to be the wrong side of 4 minutes, but I think it's going to be a massive PB for Cheeseman. Good, strong run. Davies is going to be rewarded with a good time. Very brave early, and he'll be under the 4:10. So will be McLaren, Benayoun, Bergen, then Hershen, Duncan in next position, then Malone, then our Eureka runner in Barton. Next one through there is Reeve. Then we have Conway. Next one in there, Onley. And then Hall will round out the field in the E 1,500 for men. Next up, we have the Dash for Cash for women, the D 1,500 metres. Sammy Prime will take station 1. In station 2, Poppy Niverovich from Deakin. Yasmin Hayes, South Bendigo in 3. Molly Bremner, Essendon in 4. From Ballarat YCW, Ava McGowan takes 5. Her teammate, Olivia Beaton in 6. From Glen Huntley, Yvette Cordy in 7. Box Hills, Monique Williams takes station 9. Jessie Main from Diamond Valley in 10. Eliza Ayres from Mentone in 11. Glen Huntley's Alexandria Anthony in 12. Ruby Donaldson, South Melbourne in 13. Lal Kovacs from Essendon takes 14. Chloe Phelan, Williamstown in 15. Bridget Rice from Yarra Rangers in 16. Emily Saladana from Sandringham in 17. And Lenny Hartley from Sandringham takes 18. So they're running for $100 here. The Dash for Cash is on. And as they settle, that could well be Bremner perhaps leading the way. So a little bit of dash early. So $100 up for grabs in the women's D 1,500 metres. And Molly Bremner leads the way. Sammy Prime, great to have her back on the track. She's in second, but they're about to be overtaken there. Lel Kovacs sitting to the outside there. Rice looking good. Also the Mentone runner there and Eliza Ayres, but still very well bunched. This is anybody's race. So $100 as we see Molly Bremner leading through. She's going to split the 400 in about 72 seconds, so 4:30 pace. Kovacs sitting in second, so it's a 1-2 for Essendon at the moment. Prime in next position. You can see Rice, also Williams, sitting midfield at the moment. Two of our more experienced runners there in Cordy and also Anthony sitting towards the rear of the field in the Glen Huntley colours. But watch for them later as this race really starts to take hold. But out front, we've got a race in 2 at the moment. Prime sitting in third position. And the field really starting to come together now. So the pace has gone off at the front. Kovacs leads it. Prime has McGowan with her. Rice, also Phelan. Now we're seeing a little bit of a move there from Lenny Hartley. But the whole field separated by no more than 15 metres. They go through 2 laps to go, approaching the 800 metre mark. So we saw a 72 opening lap. That's definitely slowed on lap number 2. And we're sitting on, that was about an 80-second lap then. So they're drifting now more towards the 4:40 mark. Now a big reminder, well, not only is this Dash for Cash, but also that 4:40 for the open runners is the qualifier for national championships. Phelan's made a good move. She's got Rice just in front of her. And Kovacs still leading, but it looks like Rice has the momentum as they go around the top bend and they approach the 1K mark. So Rice leads. Kovacs, Phelan. So around the maybe about 3:12 as they went through the K. Phelan looking impressive here. Right in the slipstream of Rice. McGowan very impressed with her run as well. Prime still in the picture, as we're seeing also Yasmin Hayes starting to make her way through with Donaldson. So they hit the bell. I reckon any one of 10 runners could win this race and win the Dash for Cash here. It is still Rice leading the way, but there's a whole bunch, including Hayes, starting to make their moves. Isn't it good to see Yaz Hayes and Sammy Prime locked together there? McGowan just being passed as we see Phelan starting to make her move. They're getting quite a strong headwind down the back straight. I think Hartley is the next one to make a bit of a move in the Sandringham colours. So Lenny Hartley. But it's Phelan who's really gone for it. She is really dashing out here. So Phelan from Williamstown looking for that $100. She's out by about 15 metres, and that is growing. So a great run here from Phelan. Stuck right in the chasing pack for so long, but she has launched big time over the last 250 metres. And Chloe Phelan into the home straight, looking strong. Nothing's going to stop her and getting that $100, but Phelan will take this. Beautiful run over 1,500 metres. Chloe Phelan will take it just over the 440 mark, but an impressive run. Phelan gets it. So Hayes will come through next. Hartley, then Cordy. Big finish for her. Sammy Prime to the outside. Then we had, it looks like that was Ayres coming through. Then Anthony and Donaldson. Rice next one through alongside Kovacs, and then Bremner. So congratulations to Chloe Phelan taking the women's Dash for Cash. We'll be in touch, Chloe, with your $100.
Thanks, runners. On your marks.
So underway now, the men's D, 1,500 metres, and we have 16 starters. Archer Bramble, Lachlan Sheen, Lawrence Todd, also Jared Sikorsky, Dylan Edwards, Alejandro Fisher, Charlie Morton, Ashton Ford, also Luke Bodle, Aidan Davis, Jasper Bignall, Cameron Ellis, Shevin Hetriarchi, William Pereira, Eddie Fransky, and David Gregg. So quite a few of the Tasmanians here, so once again, big welcome to our Tasmanian competitors making their way over. And one of those quite prominent early here, but it will be a little bit of a dash forward here from Dylan Edwards. Just getting ahead there of William Pereira. Pereira, national steeplechase champ. So good to see Pereira back here racing Milers Club. Hetriarchi's not too far behind him. Also Eddie Fransky sitting in 4th position at the moment. So about 64-65, so just over the 4-minute schedule here. Top seeds around the 402 will be our top seed in this race. So they're right on schedule here around that 4-minute mark at the moment. And there's Dylan Edwards making the moves. Pereira not too far behind though. And most of the runners still in the running for this D 1,500 metres. So Edwards looking good. The wind's still cropping up, coming probably down the back straight still. So it's a home straight tailwind as they come in, and they'll be getting 2 laps to go. Edwards, Pereira, Hetriarchi. One of our Essendon runners then in next position. That's Archer Bramble. Also Davis on the inside of him. Nice move there from Ashton Ford. He's got Cameron Ellis not too far behind him. Edwards still leads it. We're seeing the Tasmanians starting to build together now. That's Pereira and also Ford. Ellis looking good. Davis now makes a bit of a move. And I think Luke Bodle, one of our top seeds, finally coming into the picture as well. So Bodle going to the outside. But Edwards still leads it. So no one's taken the lead from Edwards the whole way through. This has been a very strong performance from Dylan Edwards as he hits the 1 kilometre mark in 2:42. Now we're seeing a change. And it is Luke Bodle leading the way. Pereira still sitting in second. Could be the only challenger. Edwards has probably run his race. Also seeing one of the Maccabi runners there in Zukovsky moving beautifully in the latter stages. But gee, Bodle's just launched for it through the 1200 in 3:13. So Bodle, big lead here. Zukovsky's coming home strongly. So too Alice from Diamond Valley. Now we're seeing Ford and Davis trying to work their way through. They've got Hetriarchi just behind them. And out front, Bodle into the final 200. He's got Magic following every move of his at the moment. The cameras are out. Make sure you're looking good for all of the cameras spotting around this track at the moment. But it is Luke Bodle. Head down, drives for it because Zukovsky's coming at him. This isn't over yet. So the time check, 3:53 on the clock. Probably just over the 4-minute mark. It will be close. But Bodle right on the 4 minutes, just over. Zukovsky through in 4:02. Then Alice. Next one through was Pereira. Ford not too far behind him with Davis. Also coming through, Charlie Morton. And next one in there was Lachlan Sheen. Lawrence Todd coming through. Greg in next position. And our final finish, Alejandro Fisher. And that's the men's D 1500. Very strong win. Luke Bodle from Scotch. So now move to the C race for the women, and we will have a field of 13. Zoe Clark from Yarra Rangers takes station 1. Jasmine Hume from Glen Huntly, station 2. Jacinda Crowley, also Glen Huntly in 3. From Box Hill, Addie Taylor in 5. Mentones, Willow Devine takes station 6, alongside her from Sandringham, Elizabeth Craig. Box Hills, Sienna Mumay in 9. Ella Fallon from Box Hill in 10. Charlotte Stacks, Athletics Southwest in 11. Lucy Jones, South Bendigo, station 12. From Geelong Guild, we have Tess Rhodes in 13. Chloe Grun from Knox in 14. And from Athletics Essendon, Madigan Carroll, station 15.
On your mark.
So once again, 4:40 is the time for the girls to be looking for here, for especially the open age. That's the national qualifier. Plus also we'd have a lot of the juniors chasing national qualifiers here this evening. Conditions still not quite ideal, not as good as we had at Box Hill a few weeks ago, but this track is still very hot and the fast times can come if people really chase them. So we're seeing a good bunch field here in this women's C 1500 metres. Box Hill leading the way, so it could be Mumay or Fallon leading. We can see the Knox uniform also coming through, and that Chloe Grund. So it is Sienna Mumay leading the way at the moment. Grund in next position. Then we have Jasmine Hume. To the outside there, you've got Ella Fallon. On the inside of her, you've got Addie Taylor. So approaching the 400-metre mark. Mumay leading the way, 70 seconds. So they're on around 4:30 pace, slightly better. And a lot of contenders still in this race. So that 4:40 really will be challenged here this evening from this Women's C event. So still a well-bunched field as they go through 500 metres. Into the home straight they come once again. No real change out front. So they are starting to stretch out as they get deep into this race. Sienna Mumay leading the way, as he has done for the whole journey. But now we're seeing Addie Taylor sitting in that challenging spot. Grund in next position, followed by Hume. Bit of a gap then to Fallon. Just behind her is Divine from Mentone. Also looking good is Madigan Carroll, just sitting in that chase bunch. The young lady from Essendon. She has Crowley just ahead of her. 2:26, the 800. So the pace has dropped. Addie Taylor really joining Mumay now out front. Bit of a gap then to Grund. Hume in next position. Looks like Divine's pushed her way through and is doing quite a chase. Carroll's chasing her and going with her at the moment, with Fallon on the inside. Then Crowley. The racing two out front at the moment, the two Box Hill young ladies. And this is good for both of them. They're just pushing each other along the way through the 1K in 3:04. So sitting on sub 4:40 pace at the moment. They need a strong last 500. Taylor just to the outside. Grund hasn't really been dropped. She's about 7 or 8 metres back. It's Chloe Grund. But now we're seeing Willow Divine making quite a move. Madigan Carroll also coming through. Fallon and then Craig in next position. Then Crowley, Rhodes, then Clark. Stacks in next spot. And then we have Jones. But through the 1200, no change. 10-metre gap between 2 to 3. But is it Addie Taylor who now has the momentum? Sienna says, no, you're not taking the lead at the moment, because she just holds that inside running. Now we're seeing a good run from Hume. Divine still chasing. Crowley looking very strong in the latter stages as well. It's starting to really come together over the final 200. So this race is far from being won by anyone at the moment, but Mumay still leads the way. Was challenged by Taylor and held it off. What's going to happen as they hit this final straight? It will be on. They'll go wide. They're looking at a sub. It's going to be close to the sub 440. And now we're seeing Divine come right home strong over the top. We sort of picked that earlier on, but this is a really solid run. I think we're going to see her under the 440 mark. So Willow Divine, really well judged race here. She'll take the win. Taylor and Mumay still running together. Taylor will just edge out Mumay. 442, great run from Crowley. Hume in next position. Then Grund, Carroll, Rhodes in next. Elizabeth Craig. Then we have Fallon. Clark will take next position. Then Jones and Stacks. A very entertaining women's C 1500. Great run, Willow Divine from Mentone to take it out. Just a call out to our Doncaster helpers. If we could have a refill of the water at the finish line, please, that would be appreciated. If anyone from the Doncaster Club could help us out, refill the water at the finish line. So we now move to the C race for men. We'll call the field once they are underway.
On your mark.
So the C race for men underway. We have 15 starters. Archie Sidoritis in 1, from Mentone Sam Alberson in 3, Riley Stewart Wellington in 4, from Essendon Lachlan Munger in 5, Jake Hilson South Bendigo in 6, his teammate Tyler Finch in 7, Riley Shalito Bello YCW in 8, from Ivanhoe Jamie Blackburn in 9, Jacob Bell is in 10, alongside him Ben Van Ralt in 11, James Lay from Chilwell in 12, Ashley Cowan VCCL in 13, John Portwood, Doncaster 14, Liam Hanrahan, Chilwell 15, and Tom Davern from Sandringham takes station 16. And Riley Stewart leads the way, although a bit of a change there. Tom Davern, also Lay, looking good early. Johnny Portwood working his way through. Sidoritis on the rails at the moment. He's got Shalito to the outside of him. So approaching the 400 metres, and they're in around 62 seconds. So top seeds around 3:57, so these boys know how to break that 4 minutes, which is the 64-second schedule. And they're right on that target at the moment. All runners in. Hilson sitting at the rear of the field, but he's a strong finisher. So a few hands going out as the pace just sort of starts to slip a bit. They're going to need to pick that up again, and we're seeing just that. So I want to avoid the trouble. And we're seeing another little surge forward. So into the home straight they come. They're still quite well bunched, but I think that's Jacob Bell decided he wants to put the foot down a little bit. So good to see Jacob back out, racing again in the KSB kit. He's now got Alberston going with him. Lay in next position. Sorry, Hanrahan in next position, the taller figure in the Chilwell uniform. Stewart on the rails. Still a little bit of trouble there. Portwood in next position for Doncaster. So 62 going through that first lap. I think it's probably dropped a little bit, but not much. 2:06. So they're still on sub 4 minute pace as they go through the 800. Alberson's now putting the pressure on Bell out front. Hanrahan moving up, as so are the others. Lay being one of those, going past Portwood. So still quite messy in that middle pack order. So a lot of pushing and shoving occurring as the bodies do come together. But Bell leading the way at the moment. To the outside though, on his shoulder, he's got Alberson. That is pushing that pace forward. The taller figure there from Chilwell. That's Hanrahan still in the picture. But now we're seeing Riley Stewart also starting to push through. And now a big move from Ben Van Ralt. So hit the bell and Alberson leads at 2:58 on the clock as they go through. Maybe make that 2:56 actually. So now they're starting to push forward. So Stewart right in the picture. Riley Stewart, his PB, and this is official, is 4:00.0. So Stewart now really pushing forward. He's not broken that 4 minutes, but Riley Stewart from Wellington forging it out forward. But there's so many still in this race. Stewart, Alberston, Bell still up there. Now we're seeing more collisions as the pace really starts to come off a little bit as they hit the 200 out. This is where they've got to kick it down. Now we're seeing Sidoritis make his move. So into the home straight. Riley Stewart wants to see that 3 as the lead digit here as he comes in, but Sidoritis is the charger. It's Stewart, Sidoritis, they're running together. Alberson in next position, then Bell. Now it is Blackburn coming through. Sidoritis and Stewart, they'll be locked together as they go through. I'll give it just to Sidoritis maybe, but they've both broken the 4 minutes. So Riley, you have done it. Just about the entire field through. We're seeing Fidge coming through now, but great racing, Sidoritis and also Stewart. I don't think they'll care about the result or the placings because the time was both well under that 4 minute mark. So great racing, boys. Very entertaining men's C 1500, and we'll leave that up to the photo finish to decide the finish order. So next up, we will have the B race for women over 1,500 metres. And we have a field of 14 starters. So just another reminder that February 7th, entries are now open for Milers Club meet number 4 at Lakeside Stadium Saturday night in conjunction with the Australian Short Course Championships. We will be commencing the Milers Club program around the 5:30 slot and then going big time into Milers Club at around 6 p.m. right through. It'll be the Victorian Mile Championship, also the John Higham 800 Championships as well. So we want everyone to start getting their entries in. We want a massive night at Lakeside Stadium for Milers Club meet number 4, February 7th, entries via the AV portal. So we'll get the young ladies underway in the B race of 1,500 and then call the field. So underway we have from Tasmania, Ava Lindquist in Station 1, battle at YCW's Aria Violini in 2. From Western Athletics, Leanne Alice in 4. Molly Cook from South Australia in 5. From Box Hill, Cushy Diol in 7. Matisse Lazari from Essendon in 8. Karen Blaney from Deakin in 9. Bridget Williams, South Melbourne in 10. Michaela Young, Collingwood in 11. Annabelle Coleman from Old Zavarians in 12. Katie Goodge from Melbourne University in 13. From Athletics Essendon, Lara Sakana 14. Sadie Bird, Glenn Huntley in 15. From Yarra Rangers, Olivia Twining takes station 16. So a very competitive B field here. Some of the girls who ran the A race in Box Hill are now in the B because the quality of tonight's 1,500 metres has gone up exponentially. Leanne Alice leads the way. Matisse Lazari right with her. Lindquist from Tasmania sitting beautifully in 3rd position. Then Sakana Diol in just going to the outside there in the Box Hill uniform. So a good opening here. So All Schools champ Alice leading the way here. She's desperate for that 4:27.0. Lazari just working with her beautifully at the moment. So 72, they're on 4:30 schedule as they go through the first lap. Sakana now slipping into that 3rd position. Lindquist with her. The blonde hair just bobbing in the tail or the headwind down the back straight. So the young Tasmanian in good position in the early stages of this 1,500. But it is Leanne Alice, an accomplished national and state champion, leading the way in the B15. 4:27.0 is that World Under-20 qualifier. She'd love to get that to her name. And Matisse Lazari just doing nothing wrong at the moment, just sitting right there with Alice. Sakana now starting to move away through. Goodge, the Melbourne University runner. Great move from her to get right on the shoulder there of Sakana. Sakana also looking for that low 4:30 or under. Diol sitting in next position. But some aggressive running in 3 and 4 positions here from Sakana and Goodge as they try to bridge that gap. You can see Lazari probably got the momentum to go past Alice, but she's decided not to, and that's allowing Sakana and Goodge to come in. Also look at Diol. She could probably bring some of that next little grouping through, but that might be Liv Twining, I think, is making the work of the next group and starting to forge her way forward towards Sakana. So lots happening in this B race. No change out front, though. Lazari and Alice, but Sakana looks like and Goodge seem to have merged into that pack. This is going to be very, very interesting. So Goodge, I believe, from the UK. She's come to Australia. She's got plenty of good form, was very impressive at Box Hill, and she's now sitting in that 3rd position and looking strong. So Alice still leads it. Now Goodge into 2nd. Sakana just needs to go with a Blaney in the yellow of Deakin. The 5K, 10K runner starting to move forward beautifully as they hit the bell. It's still Alice leading. Goodge is on the chase. Sakana, Lazari, I think Blaney's joined that pack out front. Alice has a break of about 3 to 4 metres. So 1,200 through. Alice starting to really kick it down. 4:27.0 is the World Under-20 qualifier. Blaney's really part of the pack, and Lazari's coming back into it. Now Sakana launches. She's got Goods just in front of her, but Alice now out by 6 to 7 metres. She's stretching that lead. 200 out. Let's see if we can get the young lady well under that 4:30 mark into new PB territory. So Leanne Alice, a big talent from the Western Athletics Club, and she is stretching that lead. Now we're seeing Blaney move into second position over Goodge. So Blaney, the only challenge here to Alice as they come into the home straight. Alice just tying up a little bit. She's just got to get this last 70 metres under her belt, but Karen Blaney, like she did at the Victorian 5K champs, has finished like a train. But Alice, look at the time, 4:24. It's going to be close to the 4:27, just over, but Alice will take it in 4:28. Blaney through in 4:30. Sakana and Goods through 4:33. Then it will be Lazari. Lindquist right beside her. Nice finish there by Young. Also Twining, Diol. Williams coming through. Violini and Coleman rounding out the field. A very strong women's B, 1,500 metres. Taken out by Leanne Alice in approximately 4:28. So next up, the men's B, 1,500 metres. We have from Collingwood Harriers, Mason Orville-Johns in 1. Oscar Gray from Glen Huntly in 2. From Chilwell, Oliver Lurie in 3. From Knox, we have Jet Keeley in Station 5. We welcome from Tasmania, Luke Palmer in 6. From Doncaster, Harry Maddox in 7. We welcome from New South Wales, Joel Harler in 8. From Glen Huntly, Lucas Sidoritis in 9. Also from Glen Huntly, Tom McFarlane in 10. From New South Wales, Will Hayden in 11. Isaac Bonzi takes 12. From Diamond Valley, Caden Murray in 13. Sam Bunnage from Mentone in 14. Joe McGee from South Australia in 15. From Bendigo Uni, Avery McDermott, Station 16.
On your marks.
So underway, another stacked field here in the B race. I'd say that's the Collingwood colours of Johns leading the way early. So let's see who wants to take the pace up here. No paces, unfortunately. Now remember, we do enjoy having paces here at Milers Club, so if anyone's in training mode and they want to do some pacing at subsequent meets, please volunteer. So Johns leads the way. Palmer in next position, then Gray. Then Harler sitting nicely in the mid-pack. Murray just sitting at the back of the field, but in good position because they are still in touch as we see Johns moving through and approaching the 400-metre mark in 59 seconds. So they're on sub-350 pace here in this big race. Now a reminder for our under-20s, 347.5 is that under-20 qualifying mark for the men, and Milers Club are paying out $500 to anyone who can get those world under-20 qualifiers. John's doing a great job out front. Palmer just sticking to him like glue at the moment. Gray's taking the easy line on the rails at the moment, and at the outside of him is Avery McDermott. So once again, good to see Avery back racing well in good position here. Maddox is not too far behind him. And then you've got Sidoritis. McFarlane not too far back either. Johns is doing an awesome job just leading this through on very steady pace. 59 for that opening lap. Let's see what they go through the 800 in. 2:02, so they've dropped to about a 63 thereabouts. And I think McDermott's decided it's time for him to take the lead. So a little bit of a change up out front doesn't hurt. Palmer just starting to drift a little bit. Sitarita's sitting nicely at the back of that lead pack. So now it's Johns' turn to stick like glue because he's doing just that to Avery McDermott. So McDermott forcing the pace really nicely here, and that's what they need. Maddox just needs to really push forward here as well and try to reconnect. He's got Sitarita's just off the back of him. Palmer's starting to drift. Now we're seeing Harler starting to move through. And then it is Gray. So around the 250 mark at the bell here. So they're going to need a pretty handy last lap here. And Aidan McDermott, this is impressive. He is starting to move away from Johns. Maddox in next position, then Sitarita's. Harler and Palmer working well together down the back straight. Now we're seeing Murray make his move down the back straight as well. Another big finish from Caden Murray. But out front, Avery McDermott, this is very impressive running. Probably won't quite get the 3:47 from here, but this is a good race from young Avery, and we're going to see him really challenge that time later in the season. So big race back here. He's into the last 100 metres, 3:33 on the clock here. And McDermott, what a run from him. He's not going to be far off that 3:47. So 3:40 right now, so it's going to be close. 3:47.50. I might have called it too early. He might do it, and I think he will. McDermott's a World Under-20 qualifier to be confirmed. Sitarita's comes through just behind Johns. Maddox, big run from him. Also Palmer and Harler coming through, but we'll wait for the official timing. We might have seen another World Under-20 qualifier here at Milers Club. So big run from Avery McDermott. As I said, launched beautifully. Didn't get caught up in the pace early, but boy, that second half so strong. Just wait for our unofficial time. We might see what the hand timer's got for him. Yeah, the hand timers are saying 46.9. I'm going to go up and see what our official time is for that one. I think we might have another World Under-20 qualifier and another $500 out of the bank account. Official winning time, 3:46.96, World Under-20 qualifier, Avery McDermott. Congratulations. So next up we will have the women's A 1500 metres. And our field of 16 is in Station 1. The hometown girl, PB of 3:57, I think, 5th on the Australian all-time list. We welcome back to Doncaster, Abby Caldwell. In Station 2 from Box Hill we have Sophie Hall. Station 3 from Athletics Essendon, it is Sienna Rowe. We welcome from South Australia the 2024 Ondieki 3,000 metre champ. It is Tessa Ebert in Station 4. Mia J. Grade from Glen Huntley takes Station 5. From Ballerine, Susanna Mavromahalis takes Station 6. Station 7, she got the World Under-20 qualifier at that last meet. From Glen Huntley, we welcome back Madison King. Alongside her, from Athletics Essendon in Station 8, Madison Caulfield. From Tasmania, we welcome in Station 9, Avalon Forbes. Station 10, from Western Athletics, the reigning Victorian 1500 metre champ, it is Janae McCrell. In 11, from Melbourne University, Zoe Woods. In Station 12, we welcome back to Milers Club. Always a pleasure to have her here. I think she's got the 6th, 7th and 8th fastest 1500 metre times for the Milers Club. It is Jayla Hancock Cameron. Station 13, Victorian multiple champion and also with a World Junior qualifier over 3,000 under her belt already from Frankston, Imogen Baker. Station 14, also a World Under-20 qualifier at the last meet at Box Hill. It is Ali Brooks. In 15, from Doncaster, we have Chloe Baldock. In Station 16, Victorian 5K champ on the track from Coburg Harriers, Stephanie Kelly. They're your 16 starters in the women's A 1,500 metres.
On your marks.
So Tess Kersop-Cole doing the pacing job here, Abby Caldwell, but the field is going with her. We saw Maddie King do this with Caldwell in the Box Hill meet, and that paid off with a World Under-20 qualifier. So 4:27.00 is that World Under-20 qualifier. 4:01.50 is the Commonwealth Games qualifier. Abby Caldwell has that in her sights at some stage during this season. So too will Jayla Hancock-Cameron, and that grouping we're seeing just starting to move their way forward. Kelly in next position, Baker to the inside of her, Hall. Then we have Ebert in good spot. I think Ebert's now off to uni in the US at some stage. So congrats to Tessa on that, and good to see her back here in Victoria. But they're going through now 64, thereabouts, just over 64, which is 4-minute pace. 4:05 is the Milers Club record held by Abby Caldwell. So there'll be a lot of interest in that mark as well this evening. $2,000 on the line for any Milers Club records that fall, and Abby Caldwell definitely informed potentially to look at that 4:05 or sub. So 4:27, also that time we're looking for the under-20s, and there's plenty in this field that could do that, Ebert being one of those. So Kersop-Cole took out the A800. She's now doing the pacing job here. She's got Jayla Hancock-Cameron 2 spots behind her, because in between is Abby Caldwell, the local girl from Doncaster, sporting the Doncaster strip. Isn't that good to see their local colours here on the Donny track as the wind really drops away. 1:54 as they go for 2 laps to go. Kelly in next position with Baker, Ebert, King, then Hall. Then it is Caulfield, Woods. So through the 800, the pace has done the job. 2:12 thereabouts as they go through. Pace has just dropped a little bit, but Abby Caldwell still leading the way. Gap of about 2 to 3 metres now over Hancock-Cameron. Then a big break back to Kelly leading the way, with Baker sitting right in her heels alongside Ebert and also King. But out front, Abby Caldwell, let's start to really get the hometown hero moving on this track here at Doncaster. As I said, the wind's dropped to nothing. Conditions really good here for a fast time. And we're seeing Abby Caldwell coming into the home straight. She's through the 1 kilometre mark. She's into the final 500, approaching the bell. Abby Caldwell looking good, looking smooth. So too Jayla Hancock-Cameron. Plenty of money on offer for Jayla if she can get into those incentive times. She's just got to hold on over this last lap. Kelly, Baker, King. Now it is Caulfield. Gray also looking good. Ebert in the mix with Hall. Also Woods. Also up there is Baldock. Then a gap to Rowe. McCrell. Also Forbes coming through. Then Brooks and Mavra Mahalis. But down the back straight she goes. 200 metres out. Let's keep the applause going for Abby Caldwell. She's now out by 30 metres into the last 200. All she's got is magic on the skateboard as they go round the top bend. Let's get the crowd moving here for Abby Caldwell. She's putting on a real treat. 4:05 is that Milers Club record. 4:01.50, the Commonwealth Games qualifier. 3:50 on the clock as she comes through. This is going to be a new Milers Club record here. The lights are still on. We're going to see it here. It'll be official. 3:59 on the clock. It's going to be so close to that Coms Games. But it'll be a new Milers Club record. 4:03 high, maybe 4:4 low. Let's get behind Jayla as she finishes off here. Plenty of money, as I said, on the incentive scheme for her to get through. Imogen Baker, she's going to get another World Under-20 qualifier. Maddie King will be back up there again. Mia J. Gray will also get it at 4:21. Kelly in next position, then Caulfield. Hall will also be under that mark, and Ebert very close to it, followed by Baldock. McCrell coming through next. Then we have Rowe, also Forbes. We have Brooks and Mavro Mahalis. But what an entertaining race that was. We'll assess and go through all the results, but plenty of World Under-20 qualifiers, a new Milers Club record. Wonderful performances out here in the women's A 1500 metres. Now the guys are going to try and top that. So they're lining up now, the men's. So 4:04.13, the official winning time there, a new Milers Club record for Abby Caldwell. So congratulations to Abby. And as I said, just keep checking those results on Results Hub. We are going to have a whole raft of World Under-20 qualifiers out of that one race. Let's introduce now the men in the men's Open A 1500 metres, a full field of 14. In Station 1, we have from St Kevin's, Jack Bowen. Station 2, he'll be chasing that World Under-20 mark of 3:47.50. From Athletics Essendon, Charles Barrett. Station 3, he's been really ripping up the track this season. From Athletics Chilwell, we welcome back Evander Scott. Station 4, from South Australia, we welcome Jonathan Harris. In 5, from Casey Cadinia, Lachlan Hurd. Also looking for the 3:47.50 from Casey Cadinia as well, it is Lucas Kish. In 7, on the comeback trial and looking very good at it, it is from Wendouree, Mitchell Thompson. In 8, alongside him will be Adam Pike. In 9, having a very, very good season so far, from Box Hill we have Joshua Carlin. Alongside him also the all-reliable Bart Leeton in 10. Then we have the twins, Jackson Unthank from Ballerine, looking for that qualifier. He's a 350 man. Alongside him, you've got Joshua, his twin, who got the 346 at the last meet and has qualified for the World Under-20s. Brady Ryan, a 350 runner, also looking for that 347 mark. He's in Station 13. And rounding out the field from St Kevin's, formerly from Tasmania, he's a 346 man. It's Alex Hannigan.
On your marks.
So underway, no paces in this race, I believe. They are racing. So let's see who wants to take it. Pushing out forward will be Barrett. He is quite keen. There is talk of a sub 340 attempt tonight. So let's see how they settle it down. And that could be getting a little bit of pacing going on, I believe, out front. So once again, big thank to our sponsors too. I haven't said much about them, but Runners Paradise here. So thanks, Danny, for being back again. Also, St. Leia's, wonderful supporters through our pacing program, and also their support of our A-race winners. So it is Jonathan Harris leading the way. Great to have him back. He's got Barrett just behind him, then Hannigan, then Kish, then Unthank, and that's Joshua leading the way at the moment. Evander Scott in next position, and then Jackson Unthank right behind him. Then we have Pike. Bowen on the comeback trial as well. 57.58 through the 400. So they're on target pace here. Looks like Kish has moved his way into third position, right off the back of Barrett at the moment. The two Unthanked boys looking really good. Can we get Jackson into joining his brother as a World Under-20 qualifier? So they're looking good early stages here. Momentum on in this pack at the moment as we see the South Australian Harris. He doesn't mind leading, and that's really setting this race up for the Victorians. So Harris leads it. They are really quite tightly bunched. You're seeing Scott to the outside. Hannigan's on the rails on the inside. Kish and Barrett not separated by much at all. Pike looking good. Bowen Leighton also looking good. Love the blonde hair, Bart. Then we got Hurd towards the rear of the field. Thompson also there at the moment. Approaching the two-lap mark, which is the 800, and they're going through 158, so they drop slightly on that lap. But Harris still moving nicely. Now Barrett makes the move. He takes the lead. Kish responds. So does Scott. Pike now being found wanting. Hannigan being asked the question. And now the two Unfanks working well together in the midfield. But out front, Barrett, Kish. I think Scott has now moved into next position. Harris has done the job out front. Barrett pushing it now. Not really on the 340 pace, but they're around the 343 to 345 at the moment. But we will see some big kick-down finishes over that last one lap as they start to come through and approach the bell. So as they go through, it is 2:44 on the bell. Barrett still leading. The kick-down's going to come. If we see the sub-60, we're going to be close to that 340 mark, and well and truly under that mark. The under 20 qualifiers for the two leaders here. Barrett, Kish, Scott, Harris still in it. Now we're seeing the Unfanks. I can't separate them. They're running together. They're still online on target for 347. But out front, it is still Barrett leading the way. Kish, Harris coming back into the picture, the early leader. Now it looks like it might be Scott just starting to fade a little bit as they approach the last 100. But Barrett still leads. Harris coming through nicely on the outside. Kish now starting to drift back. It's Barrett and Harris racing to the line. Barrett still leads it. Harris wants this. He has the momentum. And it will be Jonathan Harris taking out the win. 341. Great running there from Kish and Barrett. Scott coming through. Two Unthanks under the 347.50. Big celebration for Thompson as well as he comes through. Hannigan. Also Carlin. But what a race. I'd say we've got at least 4 World Under-20 qualifiers in that race. But Jonathan Harris, that was class. That was quality. He celebrated that win. Looked done and dusted and then came back through. But, gee, gutsy running once again from Barrett. Also Kish. It'll be interesting to see what the split is on those two on the photo finish. But a big run there. Great qualifying standards. And new personal best, I would say. I think both the Unfanks under as well. So that's a big night for the boys. That concludes meet number 3 here at Doncaster. A big thank you to our volunteer helpers, also from Doncaster Athletic Club, the Victorian officials, and once again the Victorian, also the Tasmanian distance community. Throw in a few South Australians and New South Welshmen, and it's been a very good night here at Milers Club. So we'll see you all February 7. Remember, entries are open, AV portal. Be there. It's going to be a huge night, 100th ever Milers Club at the Lakeside.
The computer technology has been moving in a way that nothing else people have ever known.